Well, you couldn't hear me. So I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing, and I do hope you guys join. Uh, Whoever is out there or who wishes to join, I'm going to make sure that every person on my social media knows exactly. That would help. Alright, let's continue to draw. Yes. I just do that for now. That's better. If you guys have any questions, or if anybody is watching, don't be afraid to chat me up if you wish. If you want to know about cryptocurrency or anything about my artwork, just let me know. And all the streams will be still on YouTube even after they are finished. let's see. What else should I add? There's lace on the left. Well, there's a lace on her left, or right. But, let's see. Yeah, make it more elaborate. Still no viewers, but I'll just keep drawing. Alright, off to the next song. Tried to do the same thing yesterday. Let's see. Arms. No. Kinda have to make it so that their arms are further apart. But just because of how this is placed, place the arms right here. Look a little bit more attached because. So let's continue this out. Oops. This. What's that? Would be slightly right here and outward. So this one would be slightly outward as well. It's always tricky to find a balance between it. But you just have to sometimes. It's like alright. So, right here. I always do it in the most awkward of positions for any of these things. Or figure out. Probably because it's the head. Even though the head looks right. The head looks pretty much right. Just have to fix the body. I could just continue here. Alright. I know I'm just cycling some things. You blame me. There we go. Better. I'd rather it be higher than lower for the bit rate. Here we go. don't need that anymore. We do need that. Alright, that's the first part of that. It's from yesterday. I'm just gonna fix her a little bit. Her right arm looks a little Something's going on here. Oops. Oh. And then we go back to silence. Yeah. Weird. Alright, let's see. What else is there from my music? Alright. Let's go to my iPad. Has something. Let's see. GarageBand. What's the most recent one? Felor. Okay. Alright, let's see. She's coming along quite nicely. Let's take off that layer. Much better. No. This right here is not right. There's always something. And all that detail. just so many different things that I tried out. Uh, Alright. Let's take off this. Yeah, I think that looks a little better. one thing that I forgot to bring. My piano. One more thing. Alright. Now that we have that. Alright, enough of that. Alright. Well. Another thing I like doing late at night, other than drawing, is playing on my piano. Yeah, that looks more green. Maybe it's just me. It is not me. Yeah, she has green hair. I can always change the tint by adjustments, levels, curves, levels. Actually, adjustments, image adjustments, color balance, magenta, a little bit of yellow. Yeah, less cyan. There we go. That looks better. Oh, little tricks. Alright. Let's switch over to my main camera, and I'll show you my piano. I mostly just stand up. Alright. So, here's my piano. This is what I would do for music. Just one of the things. next, let's go back to this. Alright. I don't... I know people will... Thank you for joining. Alright, let's go back to this. Zero. Yeah, that's fine. Oh well. But I am going to be streaming it as much as I can. It might not be every day, but I'll at least give people a heads up of when I will be streaming. Because I'll be streaming every time I have work during the day, so... Let me turn that down. But yeah, I'll be streaming for most of the day, so... Well, not most of the day, but... Usually from 10:30 to 2 a.m. is when I want to be streaming. But... we'll see how it goes. Let's see... what's that? Brush. I know I'm going to have to fix a lot of this, but get some of it now and then clean up everything else later. Alright. Why I have that there, don't know. Actually, I do, but... stop. Okay. Let's see, what should I do? She's one busty person. I'll say that, but... None of these people are in my head. Well, they're all in my head, just... I don't know them. Let's see. Let's see if this one's a good one for skin tone. I can always go lighter with the skin tone. Let's go with the darker one. Ah. Whoops. That should be behind everything. There we go. Yeah, this is the quick and easy way to do it. And we'll be covering a lot of this, but it's good to have some overlap. It helps a lot. Let's see, there we go. Let's not necessarily have this much, but can't be too careful. Yeah, turns out fine on that. That's why I have one screen that's color accurate and the other that isn't quite color accurate, which is fine by me. Alright, let's see. 3 playbacks, average watching time 12 seconds. Oh. Okay. Well, it is what it is. I know people don't want to constantly watch this stream, but I'm just doing this for myself. And to see if anybody has any questions about what my future plans of my channel is going to be, really. Let's see. Delatros. Okay, let's go back, all the way back, all the way. Do I have Delatros on here? No, I do not. Huh. Strange. There we go. Let's start from the beginning. Okay. Let's go a little bit more of a purple. No. I do like that. I actually like aquamarine a lot. Let's see. So, above the skin but below the hair. Perfect. I need to make this a little bigger for the moment. Oh, yes. Navy. Slightly. Just a deep, deep blue. A lot of this is going to have to be erased after I fix it up a little bit. That doesn't look right. No wonder it didn't look right there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that. Oh well. You live, you learn, you see. you saw. Let me talk about cryptocurrency real quick. Well, yeah. Cryptocurrency, people think it's a scam and all that. It's not a scam. If it was a scam, there wouldn't be a such thing of having cryptocurrency take over such a big hold on the market of anything if it was a scam. Well, it really depends on that, but cryptocurrency, people do try to scam people on cryptocurrency, but the thing is, if you want to get into cryptocurrency, there are easy ways to get into cryptocurrency, like Coinbase. Coinbase is one of the things I do suggest to use for cryptocurrency. There's also BlockFi too, which on BlockFi you can actually invest your physical money into cryptocurrency. You can even start with a stable coin or go and be really bullish. Yes. Sorry, a lot of YouTubers say that, but you can invest in cryptocurrency for good intentions and all that, but take everything with a grain of salt, but really, there's not really any... This isn't advice for just a normal person, and if you wanted to get into all that, well, so be it. It's all for your benefit anyway. Because on BlockFi you can have up to 8.75% interest on money that is almost exactly 1-to-1 to the dollar. It's not going to be exactly 1-to-1 to the dollar because nothing truly is, and it's something that I've invested in, but on every single YouTube channel, there's a reason why we all say it's not financial advice, and the reason for that is if you want to do what you want, you can invest, but it is all for the fact of your own personal benefit, or if you get in at the wrong time, or it can damage you. Everything goes up and down like a stock. Money is very volatile as well. People just don't talk about it. And cryptocurrency is nonetheless the same. Even though the financial people do not call it currency because it is a commodity with air quotes. And that is not exactly true either, because cryptocurrency is not quite what people think it is, and it is not a commodity. Well, it is a commodity, but it is also a stock, as well as many different other things than just one simple thing, one simple answer. Because it is a network of people that are interconnective between each other. And to me, that is a beautiful thing if, and only if, the community of miners and people who are staking cryptocurrency. And I would like to see all different types of cryptocurrency mining take hold. It just hasn't. Uh, Mostly for the fact and the matter of fact, all people don't quite understand every aspect of every single thing, and so they just try to categorize it in the simplest of ways, which that is the worst way to do anything. If you try to categorize every single thing in your life, you're going to end up making it so that everything in your life is not up to where you wish it were. And by doing so, you kind of cheat yourself in every aspect of every single way. But it's all upon your decision to do whatever you want. It that is what free will is supposed to be. And the only people who have free will are the people who don't quite understand it. And when they do, they tend to abuse the free will that is given upon them, and, well, we end up with people who take advantage of every single last person on Earth. Uh, Same thing with the government. They try to make sure that all things that are that do exist and have existed be taxed upon. But the thing is, what people don't really talk about is how much electricity cryptocurrency does burn. And it does burn a lot of energy, but upon that fact, it does make up for it if you are doing the correct uh, power power well, the correct power input for each and every device that you have. If you have it on 220 volts, even in America, no matter where you're at, cryptocurrency will actually make it so that you can earn a lot more for using less energy, because it is more efficient to run it on 220 volts, or in some cases 240. But if you run it on a higher voltage, it will have less current, and less current means it uses less wattage. Yeah, a lot of technical stuff, but you're using less energy in all that fact. So it's better to have everything under the correct assumption and the correct knowledge and know-how. People who assume just about anything and everything, they tend to be the ones worse off. And sometimes they end up running the country, and we end up suffering for it. It happens more often than not. And, of course, in America, people think we don't have a dictator or anything like that. Well, sometimes people don't quite understand what a dictator means, and they end up becoming one in some ways or another. But I'm getting a little off track, but cryptocurrency is one of the things that does help, and I have benefited from it. Uh, I started knowing about cryptocurrency since 2013, when most of it was when Bitcoin was actually $300. Yeah, someone at work mentioned it to me one day, and, well, I've been sort of interested in it ever since. I've been dabbling with different devices. I even use USB miners to mine it now, which I wouldn't suggest if you if you don't have enough money to pay for it. But it really doesn't. The USB miners don't use a lot of energy, but they are practically the same thing as an ASIC machine. And an ASIC is something is that directly correlates to Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all the different other types of cryptocurrency. But let's see. Let's go on to the document. Camera, and let me show you right over here. And move this down. So right over here. Let's move this guy all the way. So you see all those flashing lights over there? That's mining free cash, which is on the SHA-256D architecture, and I do use it for just that or any simple mining cryptocurrency. But those are mining free cash, which is at this point not as profitable, but it's still mainly to an extent profitable. So let's go back to the tablet screen. Yeah, I do dabble in many different things, and none of this is financial advice, as I will keep on saying, because uh, so many people misunderstand what everything is, and it only hurts when I hear it multiple different times. Okay, so that's the basis of what I want. Let's turn off these layers and then go back to the outline, put this on 50, and then redraw it all again. Yay! Let's see. Add a new layer. There we go. Alright, back to drawing it over. But yeah, the cryptocurrency is something that I've dabbled in, and it does help you if you do it right. Because if you do it right and get in at the right time, it will work properly for cryptocurrency and all the many different devices. I'm even mining helium at this moment too. It's another different type of cryptocurrency. You will still have to wait 6 months to get any device if you don't want to pay for scalper prices for $1,200. The device itself is pretty cheap. It is something that is around $500 for you to buy a simple machine. And the Bobcat miner is the miner to choose. But if you can get any other miner, then go with that. But I haven't had any issue with the Bobcat miner. Well, I can't say any, but the Bobcat miner is a good miner. It does have some growing pains, but you kind of have to understand that everything is finicky. Nothing will work just right out of the gate. Everything requires a little bit of setup and know-how. And people don't quite understand that. It takes only a small bit of time and you're up and running. You don't have to touch it ever again. But that's all more of your sort of fault of not truly looking. But there are many different types of devices of cryptocurrency, and many of the devices, many of the cryptocurrencies now run off of ASIC miners. And if you want to look at what an ASIC miner is, you can look up the definition or go to the Voss YouTube channel. He does good explanations, but I know people don't like him. But everyone has a hater. You can't get rid of people who hate what you're doing or criticize. To me, bring on the hate, but in a sense that is more sensible and lucrative to what people are doing. Don't just hate for just hating. That would just be silly. And more or less pointless. Alright, she's coming along nicely. Everything takes a little bit of work to make possible. So animators even have to do a lot of different tasks and applications. Oh yeah, application specific integrated circuit miner. That's what an ASIC means. It was in there somewhere. I just don't think about it too much, and it's in my head. Yeah. But yeah, Voss says it so many times it gets drilled in your head. He does have good information, and then there are some times when his information is... if you like cryptocurrency, you don't have to watch his channel. It just helps some people. He does have a good explanation on what he does for crypto. He's been doing it since 5 years ago, which it is 2022, so yeah, let's go back to that's 2007. But yeah, everything takes time, and it takes time to learn. I started small on cryptocurrency, and then I went out of control. If you don't watch of what you're doing on cryptocurrency, you can go into debt. But cryptocurrency is what I've been doing for the last... I stopped in 2019. I sold my first Bitcoin for around 15 grand. Paid off a loan. Had money to live off for a while. And then so on and so forth. But I stopped doing it after that. I mined on my first Bitcoin miner. It was the S7. And man, that thing was loud. I had to live with the sound in a room that just echoed it. Just the memory itself is in my head. But I didn't start GPU mining until I came back to Texas. And then, actually no, I started GPU mining when, not when I just came back to Texas, but when I moved back with my dad for a little while and then got myself a house. But during the ice storm that we had for a 2-week period last year in March, well, I benefited quite a bit from that. I mined the Ethereum Classic during that time, and it just skyrocketed just because I left it alone after a while. So at that time it was only earning me $1 a day, but that was at $9. So yeah, when sometimes you just have to wait and see when with cryptocurrency too. And many people don't quite understand that. Just the fact that cryptocurrency itself is something that not everybody constantly looks at or constantly sees as a viable solution for finances or anything like that. To me, it is a viable solution for finances. I use it as a savings account on BlockFi. Even though I feel like it should replace savings accounts because the banks are ripping you off quite a bit, because 8%, 8.75% interest for, and it's compound interest. If you don't know what compound interest is, it basically stacks on what you have. But this is compound monthly, which means that you'll gain the interest of what you have in there. And every month, after the payment has been concluded, you'll gain interest on that as well. So you won't just gain interest on what you had, you'll gain interest on what you've also gained too. So yeah, it's one of the nice things about cryptocurrency that, hey, it's financial freedom. Even though this is not financial advice by any far bit of means. And I know there are people out there that want me to join other people who have interests on cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, and all that. I will in time. It's just a matter of setting aside that time when I can, and the fact that I'm not earning enough to justify it, it's not going to help me. So sometimes with any money, you just have to wait on it. It's not going to be magic overnight. You still have to earn it. And some people are in a position to where they can just earn the money and then use it for other things. And I know people gripe on Vitalik for doing what he's doing with his own cryptocurrency that he himself created. But it's his choice, his freedom. If people don't quite understand that, it is still his freedom to do so. But the thing is, the fact that he's clipping out all the miners that are out there on trying to mine the Ethereum coin or ETH, as many people keep on saying it. Gosh. It is just something that he wanted to do. He wanted to create a coin where he could earn so much money and still gain upon it. He never meant for people to mine upon it. He just made the cryptocurrency and he's layering it to the point where mining is going to be astronomically less profitable. And by doing so, he's letting out a whole piece of potential for his coin. What people don't quite understand is someone needs to create a coin where you can stake it, mine it off of any graphics card. I would suggest not mining it off of a 2 gigabyte graphics card. You can still mine some coins off of a 2 gigabyte graphics card. I would never suggest it. I have mined things off of 2 gigabyte graphics cards. It's just not very profitable. I just use it more as a test than anything else. So, yeah, 2 gigabyte graphics cards are out of the question, but 4 gigabyte graphics cards, 6 gigabyte graphics cards, 8 gigabyte graphics cards, even 16, 24, and yeah, it would be nice if there was a petabyte graphics card though. And of course, I just kept on rambling about cryptocurrency, but I do like it. It does permit financial freedom for many different people. And if you take into the account of how nice it is to have cryptocurrency, if we did not have it, some of the third world countries and places out there would, their money system would just collapse. So, and of course Russia is, they're creating their own cryptocurrency, even though they're not calling it cryptocurrency. They're calling it digital security, in a sense, but yeah, it's not something that is truly that is not cryptocurrency. It still is cryptocurrency. They just call it something else. It's digital money. It's the ruble. But it's cryptocurrency. Whether people say it isn't, well, they're wrong. They're completely and utterly wrong. Cryptocurrency is the fact of digital security money that is created through a algorithmic code base to where not one single part of the code or chain of the code can be replicated in any way or any know-how. That's more of a deeper explanation of cryptocurrency, even though it is a people network of things instead of an IoT of things, which we're moving towards that too. The world is what it is, but don't blame it for what misgivings you have upon it. It is going to happen one way or another. It's just a matter of time. And people gripe too much about every last thing. Alright. She's coming along. Alright, let's see. And if you want to learn anything about art or anything at all, I will teach it to you. It is not something that I don't have a degree in teaching itself, but I do have a degree in art, electronic sciences, and animation and visual effects. The things that I need to know about. You can't really live without any of that. But yeah, I can, if I wanted to, I could create my own circuit board and do my own stuff. But I just haven't had time to relearn coding again. It does take time to relearn a skill that you've learned before. Yeah. I read code like English. It's really bad. And machines like me so much that they love to show me their mistakes. Like the Mac Mini that I have right now, it likes playing around with me too. The fact that I myself have so many issues with the delay of things, and because I'm more in tune to tech than a lot of people out there. But I've received things where the Thunderbolt on my display does not work properly. It tends to have issues. I tried updating it. It kept on having issues and still has issues till this day. So I don't know what to say. Every aspect of my computer has issues. I am using an Intel version. The only reason why is so that I can use an eGPU with it. And the reason why I have an eGPU is so that I can use something with an HDMI, and my computer doesn't overheat. So that's the only problem with some of the Apple Silicon devices, is they don't use an eGPU. The reason why is they have integrated graphics within the actual system, which it is nice to have, and I would like an Apple M1, not an M1, but an M6 machine, yes. An M6, if they ever call it that. It may be the X497, but it'll be the 6th generation of the M1 chip, because right now the M1 chip is not fast enough for what I am going to use it for, because I need something that will handle many different things, will have no issue, and the fact is I need something that I can use HDMI, Thunderbolt, DisplayPort, USB-C devices, and so on and so forth, and Apple's not there yet. Maybe it'll be their next device, like the M2 chip that people keep on saying that'll come out soon. But it all depends. It really just depends on how well everyone is going to buy into every single part of Apple's devices of such things. And the reason why Windows does not work properly, I couldn't give you answer for that because I've had issues with XP, Windows Vista, Windows 7, um, Windows 98 and 95 were actually probably one of the less buggy of the systems out there. Because I've had issues with XP. I've had issues with the motherboard. I've had issues with the actual devices out there. Because there are even devices that I've previously owned that were XP computers that had issues upon themselves. Because when I used it for just a regular computer, actually I couldn't use it for a regular computer. It had too many issues because I had to flip the switch on the power supply from 110 to 220 just to get it to boot. That shouldn't be possible. And actually you shouldn't be doing that, but it shouldn't work like that. There was something buggy with my system. But it worked. I had to do that every single time I booted up the machine once. But once it's up, I never turned it off. You wonder why. But yeah, I've had so many issues with all my devices. My iPod Touch when I was in high school, it turned into a brick because I updated it from a Mac Mini. Yes, I updated it from Apple's own software off of iTunes, and wouldn't you know, my system's now a brick. Yeah. You love when things happen and it tends to not work right. Yeah, no. That's never the case for anybody. Yeah, a lot of different things happen towards different people, and I'm no exception. I get both the good and the bad for electronics. But they like me so much they show me everything. It's a good thing and a bad thing. That means my stuff just ends up working and not working. How lovely, right? Alright, let's get this fixed. There we go. And move this down. Alright, so we got the one side almost finished. There we go. And then this side we need. There we go. That looks beautiful. We'll say that, but But yeah, a lot of people have died from COVID, and I'm not going to scratch over the fact that people in my family haven't died from COVID. There is one person in my family that has died recently of COVID, and of course it's not someone I was completely close to, but it is one of my sister's father-in-laws. And he just had to be let go because of how much he basically turned into a vegetable because of all the many different things, many different problems in his life. And of course, COVID did not help in any instance. And it is one thing I do think about. Everyone in this world is finite. No one is invincible. And same thing with machines and devices. Everything has a period of time of which they do age. And it is a fact of life. It is a part of life. It is something that no one can escape from. And people keep on trying to hide that fact of life. It is something that you can never escape from. It is something that is built from our DNA to our RNA. Yes. We all know about our science classes, but yes. We're meant to die. How long will last? That depends upon you and your choices. It is always upon everybody's choice to specifically choose whether they wish or wish not to die sooner than later. If you want to smoke, then you'll die a little bit quicker, and your lifespan will decrease. If you want to live longer, well, eat healthy, exercise, but also think about the fact that how long do you want to live? People think 100 years is the definitive answer. But why is no one thinking past that? What about 200, 300, 400, 500, and so on and so forth of years and potential of everything? It's really all dependent on every single person, whether they wish to or not live longer. I know I'm being a little bit of hypocritical and philosophical, but I think about these things every day. It's like, when will I die? Will I die in this next car accident? Will I die in in a river? Well, not really, but I think of every single general possibility of life, death, and if I'll continue living. But we don't exist forever in the physical plane. We are all spirits in every aspect of who we are. We can never escape that. Our bodies will always be finite. And our spirits will always be eternal. It is just always a matter of time of when that happens. And how people justify it too. So, there's that. But 100 years is not long at all. I'm trying to shoot for 2000 if possible. And I know people will probably say eventually after this is over and say, oh, that's not possible. That's impossible. But No, nothing's impossible. It's improbable. Everything's possible, only if you believe it so. Alright, let's see. Okay. So we have that. I know I'm gonna have to redraw a bunch of stuff. Okay. So we grab that, turn that. So there we are. The breasts are in swing, full and busty. Yeah. It's just the easier way to draw them, or I draw them smaller. And of course, YouTube has such monetization over what you can say, do, and stuff like that. Like every single corporation. Gotta love those corporations, right? No. I know Google and every different type of company has its well worth in all the many different things. It's just they take away a bunch of our freedoms, and that's why I mentioned cryptocurrency. It adds some of our freedoms back to where we can use them. Alright, let's get back to the coloring. Oh, right. Don't want to forget our left arm. She'll need that. There we go. And you're curious as why I'm drawing this in a 8x8. Yeah, it's a lot cleaner. Alright, the reason why I'm drawing this in an 8x8 orientation and such is the fact that what I have here itself is going to end up being an NFT, which is a non-fungible token. If you do want to find out more about that, you can go to, or actually put it in the chat. If you want to look up anything from my Twitter, it's Fairshect. And Twitter. It's also, I try to keep things simple, but nothing in life is truly simple, and every time I try to make it simple, it ends up more complicated than when I started. Yes, you gotta love it. Alright, let's continue on the hair again. But yeah, for anything that I draw, I do things like this. And I make it so that all my drawings are drawn at least 6 to 7 different times. I do the same thing with my cards as well. I just haven't been drawing them lately, which I will be drawing on the stream. So, stay tuned for that during one of my streams. After I finish my last two, which I can show you what I have in the works for my two. Let's open something more recent. Let's go to artwork. Let's see, drawings, NFTs, posters, originals, captures, edited, NFTs, nope. Now let's see, Miroth, Miroth, YouTube Zero. No, that's my dictionary of Difrayan. Yeah, I'm not gonna explain that. It's already too complicated as it is. Shilak V. Nope. Books. No. That's other stuff that I probably need to look at when I have time. Which apparently right now I don't have time, so it's mining, retro games. That's all my stuff that. Alright, so art, original, digital. Here we are. Projects. The Guardians, Corieste. Yanak Dynase. Webtoon templates. Yes, I'm trying to do webtoons as well. There we go, playing cards. So, Painter, PSD, Photos, Photoshop. There we go. And 2 to 10s, 2. Yes, there's so many. Version 19. Let's open that. I wanted to show you it at least a little bit. Reading large document formats. There we go. Yeah, I've been working on this one for quite a while. So this is the diamonds. Let's see. Might have to reposition that one though. Yep, that's that one. Gonna have to position it there. There we go. And clovers. So, yep. So these are my 2s. So I've finished my clovers, my hearts, yes, my spades. All that's left for me to finish is my diamonds. And let's go down through the layers. How fun. Alright, so, no. Let's start with the first layer. So this is how it started. So this is the first layer of how it began. It looks okay. And I took those, analyzed it, analyzed her, then went further, and further, analyzed that, and there we go. And then did her hair separately too. Her hair, her lips, all that good stuff. Oh wait, yeah. So there she is, her outfit, her dress. I need to change him. I really need to look at males just to fix him. But hey, this is what a sketch starts from. All these different things for any different type of my cards. And I'm trying to create a whole card deck. And I'm not going to save this. Do not save. And I'm going to work on that later. But yeah, one of the many different things I like doing. And I'm trying to create a 56 card deck, not a 52 card deck, because I want something that has 4 jokers in it, like one of my childhood decks from when I was younger, that I took to a High Sierra camp, which I think it still exists, but yes, I came back so dirty I had to take a shower because it was freezing up there. Can you blame me? Someone probably could, but yeah, it was freezing up there. So, and every time I took a shower, either way, I ended up dusty. But I did take a shower every day. I didn't skimp on my showering. It's just, it was so dusty up there that what was really the point? It's like, as soon as I got out of the shower, I was dirty again. But yeah, I've been to many different art camps, met many different people. Wish I kept contact with them. I, I'd have more friends around me, but c'est la vie. Yes, I know a little bit of French. I know a bit more in Latin. I know bits and pieces of Japanese, bits and pieces of Spanish, and I'm able to translate Spanish yet not speak it. There are many different things that it's like, and my mind has the power to turn off any language other than English for me to understand. Yeah. The mind is a powerful thing. But yeah, everyone's mind is going to be different. And people are going to have a hard time learning different things. But the thing is, I gain skills through experience. And I have the ability to actually gain a skill from all the things that I do. And once I do it once, I can do it again. It's not an innate ability or anything like that, no. For me, it's all about practice and respective learning about every aspect of everything. Everything takes practice, even drawing. I was never this good when I was little. And I've looked at some of my cringeworthy paintings and drawings from before. They were pretty bad. I would not show it to anybody unless they asked. So, but yeah, everything takes practice. If you don't try on anything, it will tend to ruin you. Because the less you try, the less adaptive you are towards new things. It's just how it is. It is not something we can change. It's not something that must be changed. People just have to understand that they can't have everything. It's like, yeah, I'll just learn this later. 60 years later, I tried learning it, but I couldn't. It never did work. But, everything is a part of practice, cultivation, enhancing, and just constant meticulous calculations. Not so much to the calculations, but you get what I mean. And you're probably wondering why I'm just using one color right now. So, every different type of drawing that you do, you will need a base color. And this is digital drawing, which, until I get more people on the stream, I'm not going to be painting on my streams. I will just be doing my digital painting. Still painting, but digitally. Yeah. for swatches, previous, brush. There we go. But yeah, every part of everything takes practice. And people who say, yeah, I just had the innate talent of... No. No. No, you really didn't. Everyone has to have practice on all different aspects of what they do. So, when someone says that they have an innate ability, take it with a grain of salt. They may have, and they may have not. Some people do actually have really good abilities that I may be envious of to some extent, but not completely. Okay. Alright. Okay, she's coming along just nicely. But, alright. So, let's see. We need to work on the scar. Let's see. Oh. Might want to add that, though. On the outline is... Here's the little things. Yep. But I never really want to work for a company or corporation. The reason why is I hate to be controlled by what I do, what I say, how I act. Even though societal convention, you still have to act a certain way. There's no thought about that. In every job that anybody takes, you have to act a certain way, otherwise you will not get the job. No matter how hard you try, if you don't act right, you will not get a job. And a job can only teach you so much if you're willing. And what people also don't think on that job aspect as well is you have to understand that if you're nasty to people, even in a job space, even if you're a customer or something like that, you're only asking for it to the point where the more people that you try to ask, if you're nasty to them, you're only going to get your comeuppance later, which is basically karma. The other aspect of what karma is. But yeah, you need to be careful of what you say, because one day you could end up ruining your career. Or losing everybody that you know. I know. It really depends on what you say. What you do, how you act. All are key characteristics of how someone should live. Because even now, I don't know who's really my friend, because I feel like every single friend that I've had, I've known them for quite a while, but I've never really seen what's really happened, because I haven't kept up with many different people. I really wish that I had. I usually only keep up with one friend, and most of my friends in college were female. Yes, I know people will say, you can't have a female friend. You can. Yes, you can. You can have a female friend and not be sexually attracted to them, too. it is something that you can do. Even though you may still think about it, you can still have no sexual attraction to them whatsoever. But you still may like maybe their friend or something like that. And I did like their friend and all of that. Of course, no one who's not listening to this YouTube channel will actually know who I'm talking to. Only the people on Facebook who actually understand. Yeah, that's the one thing that I wish I have more friends on Facebook, but the thing is, they're more of my high school friends. And they're a mixture of men and women that are that a lot of them are married. And yeah. I can't have someone chosen for me. It's not something that I can do. Yes, I am single, by the way. But I'm not asking to not be single. It'd be nice, but the thing is, I can look at someone and know, will I live, will I marry them or not? Or will they just end up being a good friend? I can tell within a few sentences. It's my senses are a little bit too heightened, and I tend to sense too much. It is not something someone should have, by any means. Did I put a let's see. Did I do that on her or her? No, I put it on her. She doesn't look right. Something's wrong with her. She looks a little bit. Something's not right with her body. I feel like it's missing something. Yeah. I do love the design and all that, but something's not right about her body. Hers is better. Yeah. Has a better hairstyle too. I like her ear. Yeah, of course, when I draw these, I never really look at any designs. I just draw from my head. Every single person in here is from my head. I start with a blank canvas, and it becomes something. Alright, let's see. Let's start with the face. Let's do the simple things. Let's go with the white on the eyes. Well, not yet, but we'll get there. Let's do the white in the background first, before I do the eyes themselves. And the way I do eyes is a lot more complicated than just doing eyes. Okay. Something's not right. No! Don't put that on that layer. Okay, there we go. There we are. And now I'm using Photoshop, yes. People will say, use a different program. I've tried so many different programs, they do not work properly. I've tried Clip Studio. It has too much of a lag between my input on my pen and my tablet display. And then I've tried the other things like, let's see, what's another thing I can say? Oh yeah, I've tried using different types of tablet displays. This one is the XP Pen tablet display, the 19 point. No, not 19. The 15.6 XP Pen tablet display. Uh, it's the Artis 15.6, which I like very very much. It's not too big. It's not too small. It's portable to an extent, but everything's portable to an extent. I just wish it was more portable. It's just not portable enough for me. Okay, so we got that. Now we go to the top layer and add a layer above that to get the white in the eyes. There we go. There we are. And add a few more dots here and there. Of course, you will not see that if you're not getting too close. This one's too big on this side for the white itself. Alright. And then what we do after that, we make sure on this first though that this is right where it needs to be. I know people will hate for me doing many different things. That looks even nice too, but I'm not going for that look. Let's go for a brush, go towards this. There we go. I know it'll be a little bit off, but the reason why everything's the way it is. No. And I could make everything look right, but I would have to adjust this. Oops. To right here. Take this away. And then go back to this and erase this whole white part. No. There we go. She has life in it, but erase this part too. But yeah, go back down to this part right here. Erase this. And there we go. Looks better. Well, to an extent better. I'm still working on where that needs to be placed though. Yep, much better. Okay. Alright, and now we start on the eyes. Let's get rid of this outline because this outline will never be used again. Down, 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 down. Back to drops. There we go. Alright, so let's see. This is our new outline. And it's good to label things. I just know where each layer is, so I don't label them as much as I should. Alright, so above the white layer we need actual eyes. And what I'm going to be doing is, well, adding the different color eyes. So what I do is I add the base color to the eyes first. Alright. So the base color is important on the eyes for the reason that you will need to have a color that you start with. And this is your fill color for the eyes. You could stop here. But, a lot of people do stop here after they do their eyes. And it's like, there you go, I have eyes. No. But that's not where you should stop. You should actually go a little bit deeper. You go to a different color. Add another layer. And add lines. And then people then go to here and say, I'm going to stop here. This looks good, right? Why stop there? You're only one step into my process. It's like if you stop here, it looks good, yeah, but it could be better. So let's see. Then we go even more. We add another layer. We go add a lighter color. We add that in between each one of these. It's starting to take shape. Now that's an eye. It's not done just yet. That's only the first step. So yeah, and then you keep on going. Then you go darker. And then you can layer these. So let's see, that one is that part. This is the white. No, that's the fill. And then you add the darkest part towards the outer part of the eye. Behind everything. You just layer them upon layering them upon layering them. And then you get this beautiful effect. Oops. Of course, you could stop there, yeah. That'd be the easy part. But then you go to your light layer again. And then you just draw more lines. Try not to cover up too much of what you have there. Because every part of every aspect of every instance of your drawing needs to be shown in some way. Of course, this is all, to me, everything's part of teaching. It's a matter of life, of how you wish to show it. And then you take this, you change the brush to the hardness of 0, and then you go to the point where your size is just a little bit bigger than the eye, and then you turn on the opacity, and then you add this nice effect there. And there you go. You have eyes. They look beautiful, don't they? So, yeah, never stop on the eyes. You can make them look really nice if you just work at it. Of course, the eye may end up being a bunch of layers, but hey. Eyes. Yeah. No, no, no. No blending issue or option. There we go. Cancel. Rename. No. Rename. Damn it. There we go. Eyes. There we go. I know I shouldn't swear. Bat me. Alright, so. Now that we have that, we have the skin. We're still not done with the skin. So the brush for the skin, the eyedropper. Then we take the deeper part and then brush. We add a new layer upon it. And it can be light, it can be dark. It doesn't matter. The thing is, it has to be there. And you can add many different ways to do. Oh, yeah. I still had it on. No, I forgot to take it off of that. It's my bad. There we go. Take that off. Turn that back to hardness of 100%. Then start filling it in. There are many ways to do all of these different things. I'm just doing the way that I feel most comfortable. I like doing more tedious types of projects rather than simple ones. If you do want to look at any of my stuff, it is on my website, which all you have to do is type in my name into YouTube, into Google, and with that you can actually just open up my website, contact me, whatever you want. But the reason why I have a website to begin with is more of people around me help me. They may help me a small bit, but I have to push myself to I have to push myself for a lot more help, so it's all part of the pain. Everything has a purpose. It just takes time and effort. And if you're not willing to put in any effort towards anything, might as well just get a normal job and work out of your mom's basement. Not to say that that's the bad thing. That's the best alternative. You want to hear the worst? Well, you could just be living in the sewer. Yes, the sewer. Alright, let's add a filter, darken, multiply, dodge, line, screen. Let's see. Isn't there a burn somewhere? Oh, color burn. color burn doesn't look too bad. Gives a nice sort of look to it. Add more variation though. Do a little light. That's a little too light. Color burn. Dark. Oops, a little bit too much there. Yes. Beautiful. But yeah, every part of everything has a different technique to learn. Drawing on computer is a different technique from when you're just drawing, because things aren't permanent, but they act a little bit like as if they're permanent, which is quite annoying in some aspects of things, because it's semi-permanence. It's not bad, it's not great. You may wish it's not permanent, but yeah, the lips are bothering me. Let's go to black. Erase the lips. She shall have no lips. There we go. Yeah, those are much better. Okay. There we are. Add a little bit more of a substantial look to everything. There we go. So, what type of lips? Blue, purple, magenta, cyan, turquoise, yes. I'll give her blue. Blue lips to match her eyes. Alright, so let's go back to the... So that's the scar. Still... No, do not delete. Don't delete layer 20. I like layer 20 as it is. Okay, so... And the thing is, there are many different ways to do the lips. So, let's start with the first. So the first way of doing the lips is like what I'm doing right now, is like this. Where you just create the lips, you erase everything around it, and make sure that everything looks right though. And you can basically erase everything there if you really want to. Nope. There we go. Alright. Now that that's settled, let's go back down to the bottom on layer 21. Erase. So this is one way of doing the lips, like this. And it is very simple to do the lips like this, where you just do that, then add a gloss to the lips themselves. Yep, that's white. So you make another layer on top of the layer that you already did. Change the opacity. Well, just make the opacity pressure sensitive. But make it so that your brush is huge. So you go to the bottom part and you do it a couple of different times, and then there you go. Yeah, you have lips, but that's not the way to go. I'm gonna undo that. So that is one way. The other way would be to do this. You take this, the color that you have, go down to one of the darker parts of it, brush, yeah. Take that off of the opacity, make sure it's not an opacity, make sure the brush size is a little bit more precise, and then you start doing this. Light strokes on the bottom, and then on the top. And you could stop there. That would be good. And then from there, that's when you would actually do more of a general purpose sort of gloss, where you just add something like that and then change the opacity of the layer to where it looks kind of glossy, which far away it would look just fine. See, it looks fine. But and then the other way would be to change it to where the opacity is pressure sensitive, put the hardness to 0, and then just go over it. You could do it like this though, but make sure that your brush is larger than the size, and then it gives a nice even look to it, and then you can add a little bit more of a brush finish, and then from there you can change the opacity, and it'll give an actual nice look to the to what you're trying to do. That is another way. I'm gonna keep that. So there's the lines, and then so we take away the lines, and so the other way would be to take this color. Actually, I want to keep this on the pressure sensitivity thing, but I want to make sure that my brush size is relatively big, but not too big. And so the other way would be to do this. So take that, turn off that layer, well, turn off the layer that you don't need, then just go over it. So you will need to go in the center, So the other way is a little bit more tricky because what you'll need, which I can do, duplicate layer. Yeah, duplicate. See, okay. So on the copy, I'm gonna erase this. So no more lips. Yay. Sort of. So the outline copy does not have the lips. So from the copy that does have the lips, I'm gonna go over it with one of my brushes. And then sticking with the same type of brush, do this. And give her a little bit of a more pastelic look. And then what I can do is with the copy, now that I have this already done, so what I would do from here is so this would be the other way, where you create the form of everything right here, and you would, yeah. This is more or less my expertise of what to do. But you would create this, you'd create this in between, and then you would create this right here. But you would also make sure that on the same part that you're doing all of this, brush, you have to change the size of the brush, not too large. You still have to keep it relatively small, but not too small. But the thing is, you have to make sure that, so you have that, then you change the opacity with everything. And you can give an appearance of the look. Because you can do something like that, but I wouldn't suggest this particular way unless you're really skilled at doing it. Yeah, let's get the mouth back. So, alright, delete that. So you can do it that way unless you're really skilled at doing that digitally. I would suggest staying away from that specifically. But I do like the effect that it does give for certain things, like this. So it can add quite a nice effect if you're really wanting to get that really nice effect that you can't get otherwise. And darkness. Darkness, my friend. Let's change the spread to a little bit more generalized there. And it's like you can mix and match and all that stuff. I kind of like that right there. Because, yeah. And every different part of every little thing can add to it. So you can add that and then add the white on top of that. See? Everything has its own use to it, so I wouldn't say nothing is practically useless, but and it's like you could just have her with something like that, which that works too. So it's all a matter of how you really want to play everything out towards drawing something. So I like that, but let's see, on the lines, yeah, I do like adding the lines a little bit more. So take that off, change this back to 100%, change the size again, there we go. Ah. Okay. What just happened? What happened? Oh. There we go. I wonder. Okay. Yeah, I just add way too much detail on every aspect of what I do. But it is good. And of course, this stream has been going on for 3 hours and 37 minutes. How lovely. But it'd be nice if more people would join me. Eventually, I'll get there. It takes time. Time, apparently, I don't have. Yeah, let's make her white. No, that's a little bit too much on anybody's instance. This is white as a ghost. And the lips really. The lips really hold. No matter what. But we're not going for that. Let's go back to the opacity, hardness, 0. And yep. So put this a little bit. That's too big. Yeah, that's right. Let's see. I need to change the eraser as well. This just needs to be soft. Very soft eraser, just... Oh, and pressure sensitive would help too. Okay. And now brush. Yeah, I could do that. But the simplest of ways, let's do this. But no. A little bit too much there. Let's change that to 50. Okay. Now to add the background. Let's see, what should the background be? Should it be red, gold, silver, or brown? What should the background be? There's red. Let's go for a little bit. No, too gray. Too green. Oh, green's not bad. It's not what I'm looking for though. Green blends in way too much with anything. We got no, not pea green. Then we have the fiery yellow. That's not intense, so no, none of them really. Yeah, none of the bright colors. They have to be dark, but not too dark. So right about there. Pastel orange would be fine. But I'm not looking... I feel like red's always the best answer. Always looks good. Okay, yeah, red. It should be fine. A little bit of that there. Alright. Now to work on the other parts, but okay. Brush. Yeah. Okay. so many layers. Okay. I have to fix that later. Brush. Brush. There. There we go. Hardness to 100% and change the spec to 100. There we go. There we go. So the eraser needs to go back to normal with hardness of 100%. And back to the brush. Yeah, I've been most likely just doing this for 3 hours. I love drawing. Don't forget that. I do like drawing, and I do wish I could do many different things at once. But everybody has a limitation to what they can and cannot do. But stick to what you're passionate about. No matter what you do, just stick with it. It will be something that you eventually have that could change your life. Yes, and that is my hand. That is actually my wrist that's popping. But, yeah, but stick to what you want to do. Don't let one thing decide what you're going to do for the rest of your life. You can always change it. I know a lot of people say, I'm not in that position. Well, have you ever tried? If you haven't, then, well, that's your own fault there. Just live your best life. However you see fit. Whether it be good, bad, or ugly. It is all dependent upon you. What did you choose? Did you choose this, or did you choose that? Blame yourself. In the end, it's all your own fault for not choosing one way or another. And I know people are going to start hating on the stream. No. No. I'm going to finish this part up, and then I'll continue this on the next stream that I have. I won't do anything else outside of the stream. Unless it's my twos. That I'm going to finish off the stream, and then once I'm finished with the twos, I'll start working on the threes. And, well, those I have already drawn. I just need to actually finish drawing them. It's not just drawing. I have to color them. I have to shade them. Same thing I'm doing here, but less, actually more intensive and a lot more complicated. but I want my card deck. I want my 56 card deck. Because I've looked at many different card decks and there are only 2 Jokers. 2 or 3. But still, what happened to the 4th Joker? And it ends up not being a real card on the other one, which pisses me off even more. But yeah, I like drawing for both personal gain and as well as benefit to my wallet. Of course, I don't like selling out to corporations and stuff like that. That's why I don't work for Disney or anything like that. And if they're watching this stream, I may not end up at Disney, but yeah. Disney is not a bad place, it's just it's gone a little bit downhill ever since Walt basically disappeared. Actually, even when Walt was there, it was pretty bad. But it's mostly worse for women back then because of all the laws that said women can't do this, women can't do that. And so they also got paid less than us men. But what society really should do is make it so that we ourselves are deemed by our merit of what we can do, and they have to pay us more for all that we do. They can't abuse our skills and use us for their own personal gain for less money. They would have to pay us more for it, for doing another different type of job. That is really what we need. Some sort of merit system to where people can measure skills of art and other different types of skills that someone could have, and it's like you're not using them, but you have those degrees. Yeah. We all wish a better world, but that's at least something that could happen if only someone implemented it. It all works to only one person's benefit if no one really joins. But, alright. Once it hits 4 hours, I'm going to be stopping the stream. So I will keep doing this stream for up to 4 months. Well, not 4 months, but 4 hours at a time. Yeah. Oh, and thanks for joining, McCarthy Bond. You are meeting me at the end of my stream, but I'm thankful that you did at least join. So, thanks for that. Let's see. Alright, let's see what's left. We have layers, we have all this. Let's go to the darker blues and purples and cool colors and all that. And okay. slight bit. Then we go darker. It adds more onto that. But with all of this, you can do many different things, different cell shading techniques, and all that stuff. Alright, let's see. Start back with this. Let's see, there we go. Alright. Let's add a little bit more definition by adding the shadows. Mostly just doing podcasts to let people know I'm here. There we are. Add shadows underneath here. And here, and here. There we are. So we got that. Now we have to add more underneath here, because I could just do that for that. Fill in every one of these. There are simple ways to shade, and then there are more complicated ways. There's multiple different types of techniques for digital drawing. There's multiple different techniques of trying to figure out which ways work, which ways don't. Oops, there we go. But yeah. There it is. I feel like I need to still change the color in the background. It's not working right. But this will end up being an NFT for me, so I think that's the hospital person, but I do not know who McCarthy Bond is. But I'm glad for both of you joining, even though it may say that I don't have any viewers. That's fine. Well, not any concurrent viewers, but still. I'm glad for who did show up for my stream, and in a few minutes I will be stopping my stream. So once I finish with her, the stream will end, and we will start with the next person, which will be Zeet, and then Zorella. Zorella needs a lot of work. She kind of has a body that needs to be fixed. uh, Poor girl. She at least looks good. Alright. So let's go here. Go on to my first layer. Go here. And, oh yes, that would help too, but not yet. So, we take the brush, make it larger again, drop the hardness down to 0, make sure it's large enough to cover the body, but not so large that it covers everything. No. That's still too small. I need a bigger slider. Needs to be around 800. There we go. And then opacity. That'll work, sort of. Needs to be higher than 800, but let's do 1000. That's better. Why isn't it working the way I want it? Probably because I have to have it even higher. There we go. Okay. It really does give her definition. But, yeah. So, now I take my brush and just go around here. So you do want to make sure that you don't have everything everywhere. But then, the signature. So, I will continue this next time. I am a little bit after of what I said in my podcast. Well, my stream would end, but we'll start with this next time. And what we'll be doing is I'll be working on the hair, and then we'll finish her up and our start next time with this character, her name is Nessala. So, I'm glad for everyone who did join during my stream, even though it was just 2 people. Thank you, and I will be doing this tomorrow as well, so just make sure that you tune in, and I start around 10:30 if anybody is wanting to know. But thank you for joining, and hope to see